Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Rumble. How is everybody today? Good morning, Initian. My mic sounds fine, right? I feel like I'm kind of echoey. Not a setup for a short. Mic's good, okay. Alright, yeah, I was listening off of YouTube. A little bit echoey, maybe it's because I don't normally listen. No, it was a setup for a short initiation, really. I would have liked there to be no top wick here, and it would have been better. I mean, it was close, and you have a 30-minute below, so yes, it wasn't 30-minute no wick here. I would have preferred this to be absolutely no wick and it to stop dead. And then the wick up and flip would have been perfect. Not saying it wasn't a good setup. A 9-tick wick, so I would have loved it to have no wick. It was a fine setup. Nothing wrong with it. Would have been about 28. It was fine. We were actually talking about, me and Crown were talking about how we had no top wick here, so you couldn't move up. More than likely it was going to go down. We were talking about it as the candle played out. I would have loved this candle to stop dead, and then you're looking for the recovery, you know, at least to this level. You'd be up quite a bit already. Of course, I think Club Cho took it to 56 already, and then the recovery of the wick obviously is going to be well 100. So it was a good setup, and we knew as this moved up, when we got the shorts that came in, we knew they were going to come up here and grab the stops first. So this candle was coming in, it drove down. We were looking for a closure above to come fill this wick. Instead, we got a closure below with a small top wick, but it is small. I'd have loved to see no top wick here and then the flip, but yeah, it was a fine setup initiation. Absolutely. 40 pips right now, 50. Very nice, Club Joe. Like I said, it was a great setup. Don't get me wrong. It was a good setup. There's a lot of things to say, but don't know where to aim with it. I mean, right now you're at structure, so you're hitting the top of the box, so you're going to see a reaction here, but you want to anticipate putting on a wick here. Right. That makes sense, hopefully.
Morning.
Good morning, Paul.
I've had a very, very lucky day so far.
That is great.
Yeah. I got stopped by the local pigs and I got away with.
Oh my geez, I see what my echo is. Oh my geez. I had my speaker on, that's why it's echoing back at me, guys. Now that I hear Paul, I'm like, well, it's got to be something different. Yeah. What'd you get stopped for?
Apparently my car was flagged for having no tax and a few other things that I'm not going to say live on air, but anyway, it just shows what a cam head and a bit of bullshit can do for you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's do it's 10 degrees in the blue sky here on January the whatever it is, 15th. So all sauce today, and I'm $6 short of my my daily goal.
Beautiful,
That
beautiful.
trade far too early.
It's all right though.
Oh, yeah,
Very
I'm
beautiful.
happy enough. It's just one of those things. That was a lovely move up.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The only thing I didn't like about it was we had no bottom wick on the 30. So it was a little tough. The hour looked fine. And to put this in context, guys, what you're talking about right here on the 30. Oh, did this play the same on the hour? Yeah, the no top wick, and then the wick up, and then the flip. Here's exactly what I would have loved to see right here. And I would have loved to see a top wick like that on this candle. I realize there's not a big difference, but there's a difference, guys. So a top wick like this, and then a drive down, and then a flip. I mean, this was a beautiful setup on the 1 hour. However, that's what the 30 looked like. That just makes it super tough. But I mean, if you're just running the hour, your entry was here. Beautiful setup. And again, we see about the same thing here. No top wick. I mean, not much of one, right? Drove up, flipped, and came down. So Klepto took the, a perfect setup still yet. I just wish that would have been no top wick. But yeah. Either way, it shows exactly how it plays out, right? No bottom wick down, flips, comes up. No top wick up, flips, comes back down. I mean, it's just time and time again, you'll see these same things, guys, and you really want them at these levels, and that's why each of these work, right? Because here, you came in, tapped the bottom of the box, actually came out. You're going to see shorts trapped there. Because breakout traders would have went short, right? And then it moves up. Same thing here. Your shorts are here. You guys already know. This candle drove down first. The shorts were here. What we were looking for, we were talking about it on the live chat, right? That they were going to come up and they were going to grab these stop losses of the shorts. That's what this wick did. And then what else happens? Well, then the longs, the breakout traders, they're longing here. So now they got trapped, and now you run their stop losses back down to create this candle, right?
I've been keeping an eye on gold after 11, as you've seen some of the stuff I've been posting. And the thing I've noticed so far this year, nearly every single day, what happens is, say around 3 or 4 o'clock, gold seems to come and test the top of the range, and then it scoots off up. I've had several good trades. Around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock my time, which would be maybe 3 o'clock American time. But gold does start moving again, from what I've seen, towards the close of business.
Wow. Yeah. See, I never really paid attention to gold much. I mean, that's right around power hour, right? I never really paid attention to gold much then, because I was always looking at NQ, but that's interesting. That is interesting.
Well, I've noticed that now this last week while. I'll post up a chart here to show you what I mean, because you can see all of the ranges. The only one day it didn't work was that time that we had that all-time high of 27.35. I'll just post you the chart to show you what I mean. You can all see it comes back down, tests the range, and then scoots up to form the range for the next London and the next New York session.
Beautiful.
Just notice it because I'm spending time actually, staying on with gold afterwards.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Crown, 3 to 4 EST is that's power hour, right? I used to trade NQ between 2 and 4. Not saying that there was a lot between 2 and 3 per se. It's just sometimes you'd see some moves. But yeah, that's power hour. It's a back and forth, right? Because sometimes there's a lot of liquidity. Sometimes. faded out. Yeah, I was probably talking too low, sadly. I was actually working on that because I was using my other OBS, the new one that I installed for the other channel, and I realized that my compressor has a, which doesn't make any sense to me, right? I don't know a lot about this stuff, but Paulo understand, but my compressor, the filter that's on here, has a 1ms attack. That's got something to do with what it takes to open the mic. And sadly, sometimes, and this is what Manpoor used to always, complain at me about, sadly, sometimes I'm not great at speaking up. So I try my best to keep my voice as elevated as I can, especially when we first start the stream. A lot of times I come in and voice will be lower, and if my voice is lower, the mic, the actual filter on it, will kind of fade me out. So got to make sure to keep my voice elevated because it is a dynamic mic at the end of the day. No, I'm good. I'm good, PD. I don't need that first thing in the morning. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I got the other. I didn't even check it this morning. Let's see here. I believe that it should be ready to rock and roll. I made a video last night. Switch account. Ready to rock. Go live. Yeah. Okay. Yep, it is ready to rock and roll. Where you want gold to go? I mean, there is no place I want it to go. Like area you would love to trade. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. The area that I would have loved to trade, sadly, is this area that we moved up in the middle of the night, essentially. That was the nice area from over here. So now we're kind of in a, this was the recovery we were looking for. It did this slow move up late in the night. I was sleeping, so I guess London must have been super nice trading. Because yesterday you hated the area we were stuck in. Yeah. Yesterday we were here, right, in this consolidation. So what were we looking for? We were looking for a break above. Remember, we talked about it. I said it would be great if it came out, came back down, retested to know that we're going to move up. This is what we were talking about yesterday, breaking out of this area. And that's what it did during London session and made this move, which was very nice. But we're here. And no, I'm not going to start trading London. This is what happened last time. We see one good London session move and we're like, okay, so I should start trading London. And then there was nothing. I just sat here with trying to keep my eyes open the whole morning.
Yeah. Do you think price is moving different this year compared to last year?
I think we had compared to the end of last year, no, I think it's about the same. But I think we had a long, stagnant period there, and you know what I'm talking about. And I think that was more to do with the elections and people being indecisive of who was going to get voted in and worrying that was going to make a difference in their trading. So I think a lot of people kind of were passive, maybe even staying out of the market completely, which made for a stagnant, no movement market. So I think we spent the better part of the last 6 to 8 months that way, right? But just after the elections, I think it started to move a bit, and now here we are, you know, starting to get that movement. So I think we're probably good for this year. Huh. We held structure there. But to answer your question, yeah, I think that it'll start moving much better now moving forward because people are adamant, right? Tokyo is fun, but also during the night for me. Yeah, added a bit to position on the flip. I'm not a big fan of Asia. I mean, it's fine, but it's super slow, Klepjo. I mean, I don't know what you think. I used to trade Asia, but I'd only trade it from 8:30 to like 9:30. Yeah, that's. Yeah, they are clean moves. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, moves are clean. I'm not denying that fact at all. But it's just slow. Super, super slow. I agree with you. The moves are super clean. I used to trade it a lot back when, but I found that I was getting... You know, and I was a lot more aggressive with taking entries back then, but I found I was getting like 1 to 2 entries a week. That's about it. So kind of stopped doing it. Breaks these lows, she should push. There we go. Now, hopefully she can put a wick on that candle. Come on. Should be. One more drop of the low and it should tap it.
Just grab 40 bucks for micro.
Very nice, Paul. Very nice. Closed fully. Beautiful. Klepcho. Oh, wick's made in the spot chart. Okay, yeah. That could be a difference. Maybe it don't make a wick here. It's always interesting to see the difference between the two. That is the bottom of that consolidation box, so I don't see anything wrong with you closing for sure. I expect it to put on a wick, but we'll see. We'll see how it works. It's interesting to see the difference between the two. I've found that it seems to respect the futures chart most time. Very beautiful, Paul. There we go. There we go. One more push. Should tap this bottom right here and give one more good push. Right there. There, see?
There you go.
Very beautiful, guys. All about the timing at the end of the day. Very nice, very nice.
Great call, reality. Congratulations on anybody who got on that.
Beautiful, beautiful. 170 pips. Klepcho. Very nice. $143. Nothing wrong with that. Very nice. Very nice. Ain't stopping. Well, you gotta think about the move up here, right? We talk about this all the time. Okay, so zoom this down a little bit and look at what you're looking at here. Realize it's great and we moved up, but as you look at this thing, right, what does it look like? Up, retest. We go up. What do we retest? Nothing. Go up. Now we're extended. Now what's going to happen? More than likely we'll come back to retest this area. Does it have to? No, but at some point in time it does. So this is essentially what you're looking at for the structure currently. Right? You expect that at some point in time we're going to retest this area and then decide if we're holding here or not. Now, obviously, if you hold here, people love to say, you know, you've got a line here, you've got a, you know, whatever. But at the end of the day, this whole move was made without any move back down. Same way we did here. Why do you think we're going back up? Come all the way down, went sideways, then made the move up. The move was a decent retest here before going, but I mean, we did the same thing on the way up over here. If you look at this, but you know, let's draw it out over here too. Up for your sideways action, right? Move up, retest, and then you had this move up, and it came all the way down to retest with this wick here. Remember, we talked about it that day. Move up, then you got this sideways for this retest to do what? Fall apart. Okay.
That's another thing that I've noticed. Well, reality is literally on practically every session, the range is swept at least once. So if you can get in at the right time, it's like you said, you're literally can ride normally a couple of candles down, or at least a wick to clear the entire range. That's the trades that we want.
Yeah. And Klepcho, it's not so much about the M formation itself. I mean, yes, you say all these things, people trade all this, but it's just, I mean, go like this, right? Erase my drawing. I mean, I'm not going to erase them. Take the drawings off the chart so you can just see what you're looking at. See the difference between the structure? I mean, this is all just lines. See it when you look at this. Come up, you know, test, come up, and that's where your foundation comes in at. Then it makes this move up with no test. See? And then it falls back down the same way. Now we come up, test the area right here. You see it? It tested it. And then this big move up. Retest what? Nothing. You know, there's this. And people say, oh, well, it retested this level right here. That's got nothing to do with the structure that you're working with. And, you know, people now believe that this is going to hold. And if it does, what are you looking at here? If this holds right here, and you say M top, but look, if this holds here, and we go back up to test this structure, what do you got? You got a head and shoulders. Right? That's all you're looking at right here. I'm saying? It's not compared to retest. What do you mean? I mean, that's what you have there is your head and shoulders, correct? That doesn't necessarily mean it's going down per se either. That just thinks it's going down. That's what. Code the old one to this area. What do you mean? What? I'm sorry. We ain't working on this structure because this structure's already extended just like it was extended on the way down. See how people look at it? I mean, you could say it's level to level, right? But we made our move up without levels. Does that make sense? Like, see what I'm saying? And if you're building a good foundation on a house, it goes back to, and I know you understand Eno's teaching, you know, the hybrid system, because you just said IMS. So it's the same thing. What would this move up be? If you go to a higher time frame, what is this going to be? Vector candle. You know, fast move, false move. Why do they call it fast move, false move? Because fast move, false move looks just like this. Come up, you test. We've talked about this before. You come up, you test. Then all of a sudden you get this move that's like this. Then you do this. What is that? The area right here is the fast move, false move. Which is green. So what do you expect? You expect that you're going to come back down and run through this area. That's why I always talk about it. When we talk about, hey, here's the level we're working with, right? So where would I rather trade? Well, if prior to this move, let's just say this was your consolidation box, right? This is all consolidation to the left, and we're just building the chart here, right? And right up here above us to the left, we had a little consolidation box as well. So this area looked like this. Well, what would I rather trade into? Because this area right here is this. See the area you got here for this move? So where do we want to trade? For me, I'd rather look for a trade into this area. Why? Because this is where you're going to get the big move. And yeah. And it's the same reason because you didn't have your move up. Right? Does that make sense? You didn't have that structure build on your way up. You call it whatever you want. You know, some people talk ranges, some people talk levels, some people talk vector candles, some people talk, you know, a clean area to recover, a clean range. I mean, whatever you want to say, right? But yeah. Very nice, Paul. Yeah, of course. You guys, if you have any questions, just like Paul said, if Rumble, anybody has any questions, make sure you drop them, guys. Don't hesitate. This is your time to get all your questions answered. This is why I do this. Go over the power hour play. Power hour is just a time that normally, you know, you have some higher volatility, Crown. A lot of it has to do with, you know, people have to close out of their positions. A lot of the big traders have to close out by 4. So you'll see that. And for any of you that, really want to pay attention to it. And again, not financial advice, guys, so don't get crazy at these times. Be super careful, but look at the chart at 3:50 NY time, right? 3:50 p.m. and 3:55 p.m. And Paul, if you've been watching, I'm sure you see it. Again, I'm not going to give anybody any insight or what you should or shouldn't do or anything else. You take your own take on it. You watch, then see, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
I've actually noticed that reality on the gold. I did try the power hour a couple evenings, and again, the stop losses are just too much for me to handle. But with the way I'm doing it now, you can get in some trades with less than 10 ticks, depending, you know, what you're going for. So I have noticed, as I said, about the way that the price does move towards close of business. So I'll just keep an eye on it for the next couple of weeks and keep everybody updated.
Yep, 350 and 355. I used to trade those times almost religiously every day on NQ. And be super careful. Make sure that you're having, you know, great setups and entries. But if you can, you know, wait for, you know, the perfect, if you will. It's tough to say perfect because there's no such thing as perfect per se. But if you can wait for the closest thing to perfection as you can for a setup and entry, you should do super well during that time, guys. You'll see what people like to call the algos get switched on. And the reasoning for this, right, is guys have been in their positions all day long and have to close, all the day traders, right? Or they're trying to make that final buck at the end of the day to take their wives out for steak dinner, right? And the algos will come and try to run their stops and trap them in those positions. Basically, in a mess. So you'll see a lot of volatility come in. People blame it on algos. You know, can I verify it's algos? No, but I will tell you there is some super manipulation at 350 and 355 NY time daily. Just pay attention to it. Obviously, some days are better than others, or worse, depending on how, if you're on the other side of it, how normal people trade. They'll say they're worse than others. Some days are worse than others. Comes in and runs all the stops, but the way we trade, it's easy to take advantage of. I'm there, and you can keep yourself decently okay if you're running on an 800 tick chart, because you got to think, this isn't the close of a 30-minute or an hour candle yet. So make sure you pay attention to that, and always realize what's, normally we're going to get a wick, right? So if we've got a big candle, we got a big candle coming up, right? You expect that top wick to come in. So just be aware as you're watching it, and concentrate on your 800 tick chart, and maybe play with it on a paper account or whatever you prefer there at the end, and see if you can get a feel for it. But it is a great time to make some extra money right there at the end of the day. I will be honest with you. Good morning, King.
Hello.
How are you today?
Doing today, bro?
Oh, I'm great. How are
good,
you?
Man. What about you? I'm good.
Well, now we settled that. Oh my jeez. First date.
Likewise.
yeah, PD. Oh my jeez. Joe just had a nice trade. Traded the no top wick flip at the weekly open for the short back down. Very nice, very nice.
Bro, this bot is such a headache, bro.
Mm.
It is cooking. It's good, but it's ass. It's not. Let me just send you a screenshot. Yeah, I'll send you one in DMs. Reality.
Yeah, that works. That works. The wifey's trying to figure out exactly what it is you're trying to figure out, because she's confused at what you're trying to do with. It's the problem.
Yeah. It's a lot of things, but for now we're gonna try to make it send accurate signals. Look at your DMs. So the issue first is that it wasn't taking the second take profit of the first one, but I think that is because of like trading view itself, like the limitations.
Yeah.
But on V6 it stopped doing that, like doing the shenanigans. So now it works way better. Now the only issue is the signals are being sent way too late. So, for example, I got a signal now saying take profit 3 hits, even though take profit 3 did not even hit.
That
or like,
is odd.
Yeah, it is really odd.
I don't know on that one. That is odd. I don't know. I'll tell her and see if she has any ideas, but that is odd.
It is, man. But as you can see, it's not doing bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got another alert to take profit 3 hits. Even though it didn't.
That's crazy.
It is. No, it is free. You just have to make an account, buddy. Just make an account that you can use way more things. They have a paid plan though, that's true. What are your thoughts on gold?
She's moving.
Oh, jeez,
It's shiny, and you can make jewelry with it. What's your thoughts on?
Give me a second. Let me open my chart, buddy. Let me open my chart.
There was two decent setups this morning, all joking aside. We had the no wick here candle. You had the candle go up here. We had the no wick and then wick up and down here. So you came back in to put a wick on this one. So essentially it was a decent setup. But just news. That's about it. Nothing amazing. Been inside the box all day, sadly.
Can you look at PC chat? What is this bridge?
Don't ask me, man. What'd you do? That must be a super low time frame chart.
Yeah. No, it's a 1 hour, but it's on the 1st of January. Wait, who's Jigsaw to?
That's
Paul.
me.
Oh, okay. Makes
I have a
sense.
split personality, you see.
Yeah, I see. I see, man. So what are you doing? This on the break long or short?
No, it's just a new thing that I'm working on. It's to do with linear regression. Obviously, you use all of the TA that we've learned here from reality as well for areas and levels. But I'm doing a little bit of degenning here on the micros, just testing it out. So that's just showing you. I got 3 entries today already. That's the only reason I was doing that.
It's cute. You can make it into a bot later on.
Sorry, say that again.
You can make it into a bot later on.
Well, I think I'm struggling to just get a trade on. I think bots are a wee bit beyond my ability.
Nah, it's really not, bro.
I'm happy
ChatGPT, bro, it's not.
I'm happy enough to sit here and wait for the setup, to be honest with you.
That's another issue, man. Such odd behavior, man. But reality, once I get this bot working, I'm gonna try and get somebody to get it into C#, so we can actually have it on NinjaTrader, so he can actually trade for us.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, there's like I said, Bulenox allows it. I don't know who else does, but I know Bulenox allows. I know Apex does too, as long as you're manning the bot. So as long as you don't just let it run and leave, you're allowed to do it with them.
Yeah.
But Bulenox lets you do it regardless. They don't care. And Apex is, I don't know. I don't have no Apex accounts. You already know it. Not anymore. So I don't.
That's some BS rule, bro. I don't even understand how they can prove that you are, or like that you are actually there with the watching the bot and all that. It sent a signal for for another take profit. It's so cool. Wait, did it actually hit this time? Yeah, it actually hit now. So all 3 take profits hit.
Very good, very good. Quick short.
So the
Dude,
first take
football.
profit is 0.7. The other one is at 1%, and the other one is like at 3%. So it basically caught a 3% move.
not bad at all.
Let's go. No, not at all for a stupid bot. That's really good.
Just grabbed another 15 ticks on a micro there and got out, and it's running like mad, but I'm happy enough.
That's all right. That's all right. Very nice. Very nice. We'll see. We have no top wick, so I don't think you were wrong to get out. We're right at, right at that 27.9 level. Can it go down? Yeah, because we're expecting to test down here. But right now, I don't know. I assume we probably put on a bottom, put on this bottom wick, flip, and probably drive back up into this box. Now, to what degree? Probably not a lot. I don't know how much movement you actually get, but
yeah.
I mean, that's where I'd see it currently.
Mm.
I got the video made for that other channel last night, so just waiting on the wifey to put on the final touches to get it out and released. I'm just the video making guy. I don't do all the yeah, exactly. I don't do all the descriptions and links and all this fun stuff that she's got to do to put it all on there. So
it's as soon
as she gets all that done, I will drop it, and that will be the new channel. So anybody that is wanting to come over there, by all means, if you have the poker notifications role in the server, then I will ping that role and put it in the poker chat. I also think I'm just going to run a bot. I went ahead and put a live streams channel down on the poker side, and I think I'm just going to put a bot in so I don't have to keep up with all of it, and as soon as I go live on the other channel, it'll just ping poker notifications. So if anybody doesn't have that role, make sure to add it under channels and roles up top of the server, and it'll just ping you every time I go live. Because like I said in the video, and I'm going to go over this real quick, I'm not going to say like when I'm going to be live and not live doing that thing, because I don't know exactly when we're going to have time or not have time. So most generally we'll probably do some in the morning during pre-NY, which sounds really good, but maybe even an hour or so in the evening or something like that could be a possibility too. So, if you're going to subscribe to the channel, and it's completely up to you, but if you're going to sub to the other channel, make sure to hit the notification bell just so it will alert you, or take the poker notifications in the server. It should alert you just the same, because I'm just going to have a bot do it. And the reason for that, I dropped the live streams here. And the reason I don't have a bot, a lot of people ask me, why don't I use a bot? So when we go live here, it drops it in the live stream channel. But the problem is we could not figure out how to separate, an education video from a live stream from a short that we put out. It just drops every single video. And I didn't want it to be that way, because we have different notifications, to where on the poker side, I'm just going to be going live. So the bot can just drop all the live streams in the live stream channel down there. So it's going to be a lot easier to just use a bot to do it, and then I don't have to keep up with it, because as you guys know, there's been several times that I forget to drop the live stream notification for this live stream here. It happens. I'm doing a lot all at the same time. So the poker live streams won't be missed, because a bot will do it. So hopefully it'll be better than me.
See, whenever you're doing that there, will we be just simply watching along and being able to see what your hand is and see how you play? Because I'm obviously very, very keen to get as much poker knowledge as possible before I get started.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And if we get another interaction, we'll see. Like, I planned on it just being a closed mic thing. And just doing, you know,
Yeah.
typing and stuff. But if we get enough interaction where people are really trying to get involved, then we may keep the poker open or something during open mic. Because I was planning on doing it during 3NY. That was my original thing. But
Yeah.
I've been playing some in the evening as well, you know, when the wife's cooking dinner, stuff like that. So I thought, well, if we're going to do this, maybe I'll just go live then, if now and again as well. We'll just see how it works. Like I said, if there's a lot of interest to where there's interaction and stuff, I don't mind, you know, trying to figure out a way to talk back and forth and have all these things.
Whoa.
But
Wait.
who was that?
Yeah.
just came in?
Yeah. That was hate, bro. G.
Came on by accident by the looks of it.
Okay.
So yeah, back to the poker. So we'll be able to sit and watch you play and learn from the way that
Exactly.
you play.
Exactly. And any questions, obviously, we can do in the chat. If it gets to where the questions get too hard to answer, I guess that's what I'm getting at, to where I can't just type out answers, then either we go over them later during open mic, or maybe open mic a little early to talk on that side or whatever. But we'll see. Like I said, I'm just going to try to play it exactly how it works here. But yeah, I mean, yes, that's exactly what it's going to be, just so you guys can kind of get already practicing, beautiful, just so you guys can get an idea of how I do that just the same. You know, I think it'll help everybody just the same. Again, I'm a tournament player, not a cash player. I've only been playing cash for about the last year, so we could come, it could be a little rough here as well, just because it's you know, cash is a little different. And the reason I say that, and for you guys that don't play poker a lot of people get super aggressive on the cash side because they can just rebuy. And I don't mind doing a tournament thing as well, or maybe swapping to tournaments here in a bit, or maybe doing either or I don't know. We'll see as the time goes and how everybody, I mean, it's just to have fun and make some money and, you know, enjoy it. So the difference in tournaments though is that, right? Basically in tournaments, you're not just going to go all in and then go and rebuy. Tournaments don't work that way. If you go all in and get super aggressive, you get crushed and you're out. Klebcho, tournaments is only one winner per table, right? No, it's, if you do a sit and go, right? You can do a sit and go, which is one table if you want. And how it works is they pay places. So some of them, you know, they pay first, second, third. Just depends. Now, if you do a multi-table tournament, then depending on how big the tournament is, they could pay mini spots, right? So like, just for instance, I went to a firehouse up in Colorado years ago, and I played a 1,500 entry tournament. So basically there was 1,500 people that entered, and I ended up finishing 15th. And if I remember correctly, I got just over or just around buy-in back. So in 15th place. So it just depends on the payout structure. But if you have more people, more tables, obviously there's more to win. However, your chances then are decreased as well, right? Also ain't much winners there. If 15th gets you break even, yeah, pretty much. I mean, you gotta expect that first, second, third, you know, things like that, or maybe even the top 10 are gonna get, you know, way bigger payouts than past 10. That's normally what you're gonna see with everything. especially when you're talking about 1,500 people in comparison to, you know, 10,000 people. You have 10,000 people, they may pay the first, you know, let's say 50 big money, and then, you know, 50 to 100 get their buy-in back or something. You know what I mean? So they try to structure it to where you do, you know, get an opportunity if you do decent enough to at least get your buy-in back. They've got a triple up that you can do on like a set and go that I used to play a lot. And essentially what you do is you buy in and you get triple your money if you finish in the top 3. It's kind of nice. It's a 9 top. It's kind of nice because you only have to play down to top 3. So once the 4th person gets, you know, kicked out of the tournament, now the top 3 just get 3 times their money, so you don't have to play. A lot of times the longest period of a set and go is, you know, those top 3 positions, because people start getting really, you know, they want to hold, because there's a big difference between 3rd place and 1st place. So those top 3 people are really fighting it out, and it can take a super long time to finish the tournament just with the last 3 people. So I kind of like, because at the end of the day, you're still looking at it as a per hour type thing, right? So the longer it takes you to complete a tournament, the longer, you know, the more hours you're breaking down. So what are you trying to make an hour? You know what I mean? That's kind of how it works. So the longer you sit there trying to break down a tournament, and of course you can play multi-table, essentially to where you're playing cash on one table and a tournament on the other, if that's something you want to do, and try to keep up with that or whatever. Like I said, I haven't did stuff like that in a long time. I used to play 4 tables, but it was all tournament. I'd play four tournaments all at the same time. Some people really hate tournaments. I actually had a buddy that I used to play poker with, and he hated tournaments, but loved cash games. And you're going to see that with a more aggressive player. They'll like cash better than tournaments because they're super aggressive. I'm not super aggressive. I'm trying to get better at that. Yep, there is no top wick. It is interesting. The flip up here would be super interesting, but we'll be right back in the box, which is very uninteresting. But your stop would be far too big. Almost 70 ticks. It is interesting. I wouldn't want to trade back into this box. Not telling any of you that you can't. Just my preferred. I'm not a fan of the long back up here. But I could definitely see it doing it. Definitely see it. Like going long when there was aggressive push down, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like going long either because we still haven't tapped this area here. Lower till end of my NY, yeah. Yeah, and that would not surprise me at all, Clip Joe. Like I said, I could definitely see it get back down into this range. Test this, and if we fall through, get back down into this range that we were trading in before. I could definitely see that. I mean, it just sense. If you look at it over here, that's the same exact move that we made down. I mean, you can see it. Structure's bigger, but I mean, you see the same exact thing here. Moved up, came up, and it just kind of fell down. Same thing here. Up, came up, and then just kind of fall back down. Not saying it will. This top wick is a bit crazy, but I could see it doing that. I'm just stopped trading for today and ended in probably, yeah, you should definitely stop. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, if you stopped at 11, right? This half an hour close is your next candle. So, do you feel comfortable taking a position anywhere this candle closes? Right? My answer would be, not really, right? I'm gonna look for another short if there will be a nice push up first and then some kind of flip down. Yeah, it's already after big moves and volume off. So yeah, exactly. And I could see exactly what you're saying there. If you made something like this, and let's just say, right, if you did something like this, man, my colors are wrong again. To where this is where you came up, tested this, maybe even higher on this candle, and then we close back down below. I'd like the next top wick and flip, you know, anticipating a wick on this candle, so you're talking kind of a bearish doji. Kind of like that entry, but for me, I'll never get there because, you know, my rule was to stop trading at 11, so I'll never get that. But yeah, then I would look for a short. Yep, low risk. Yeah, exactly. And I kind of like that. So essentially, you're going to come up, make a top wick, and then it'd be super nice to break the lows, re-break the lows, because this is still your hour candle. So you come up, make a top wick, and then come back down, break those lows, right? And then give top wick up. So you get a close below, bottom wick, top wick up, and then flip and go. But it's going to be your, more than likely, your 11 o'clock close. So do I love it? No. Not for me. But is the setup and entry there? Yeah, right. So if your rules allow you to trade after 11, that's what I'd be looking for. I'd want to close your below here with a bottom wick, top wick on the next candle, wick down, and I definitely want a top wick on this candle to finish, you know, finish business here. basically on the hour, it'll be a candle that looks something like this. Where we are right now, candle looks something like that, right? It doesn't have to go that far down, but something similar to that with your closure, you know, down here. So it'll look something like that to where you get a closure below. Then the next candle comes in the hour candle, preferably top wick, and then you can essentially trade back down, anticipating at least a hit here and potentially back down to this area. Right. Entry would be at the flip of this candle after your top wick. Looks something like this. Enter here. Stop above. Targeting maybe even this level here. Something like that would be ideal. Will you get this set up? I don't know. And again, you have to know that you'll be trading after 11 too, when things could slow down. But I will tell you, Paul says they have been slowing down as much as they were prior. So maybe after 11 would be okay.
It's normally, like you said, it does slow down after 11, but then the pickup happens again, like we were discussing, around sort of the power hour time.
Gotcha.
But again, I switch from doing the TRC down to the 5 and the 1 minutes. So I'm only sort of giving it to you from my point of view at the lower time frame. But if you do zoom to the outer time frame near the end of the session, you can normally see the pump happening. Now I've only been doing this now for about the last 2.5, 3 weeks. So, you know, don't take me at my word. Everybody just go and check the charts.
Gotcha. Sounds good though. Sounds good. I mean,
to be honest with you, it's kept me more entertained than actually doing crypto. I've kind of realized now, doing it the way I'm doing it, that there's I actually don't have time to even look at a Bitcoin chart, because I'm spending that much time now doing the method that I'm doing, as well as waiting for obviously the bigger moves. But you can grab those 20 ticks nearly every second or third move on the channels. Just need to be careful.
Great.
Obviously, it's a lot more high risk.
That's great though. But what you were asking about the poker, well, yeah, that's exactly my thoughts. It's essentially this. I plan on doing the exact same thing that we do here. That's it. We're live streaming exactly what it is that, you know, the cards that you play, how you play them, and essentially, you know, those that want to ask questions or interact, the reasons why, and we'll go over the hands and stuff like that. So I'm looking at it exactly the same as what we do here. You know, it's exactly the same thing to me. And I realize a lot of people don't understand that. They don't believe that trading and poker, you know, is the same. But at the end of the day, I got to tell you, it's essentially the same thing. It's not as different as people think, right? So.
I got a free poker app here, and I've been playing Texas Hold'em, as I posted there last night, just to get used to the rules again. So I'm looking forward to getting all of this knowledge, because obviously, because it's a free app, I'm going on literally every hand. So like, for example, I'm now looking at a 8 of hearts and a 10 of diamonds. Would that be any point in even continuing on if I was playing for real money?
I mean, I wouldn't know. If you,
yep.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you know, it's like trading. If you want to be consistently profitable, you want to make sure that you have a good setup to begin with, right? So, and your good setup's going to be decent hands. So depending on where you are, and we'll go over this a little bit too, because depending on where you are on the table makes a difference too, right? And a lot of people don't understand that side of it, but if you are first to act, right, the blind goes around. Obviously, you understand that. You got a dealer button, you got a big blind, you got a small blind. Well, when you're on the button, essentially you're last to act. So you have an advantage in that seat because everybody else has to do something before you. So when you're talking about bluffing, when you're talking about, you know, whatever you want to do, you have position on everyone else. So essentially they don't want to, I mean, think about it for a minute. If you're on the button and you're last to act and you raise the pot pre-flop, you know, before the other 3 cards come up, well, they're not sure what you have. Flop comes now because they call you. Flop comes now, and they're a little trigger shy as to what they're going to do now, right? And why are they trigger shy? Well, because they don't know if you caught something or not. So you always have an advantage from your actual position as well, right? And that's just more than anything, it's more psychology, right? You have a psychological advantage over them because if they bet and you raise, well, now they could be in a pickle because they may have just bet the hands hoping that nobody had anything. And now obviously you must have something pretty good because you raised over the top of them. So it's more of a psychological advantage than anything. But, okay, beyond that, right? Obviously your cards, you want a decent setup. So you want something that you can play and you have a lot of, you know, ways to catch the board. So essentially when you play something like 10-8 offsuit, I mean, there's not a lot you can get there. Most of the people that are going to be in the hand, right, they're going to have, you know, when you talk about hands that people want to hold to play, let's just say, right, and this all positional depending as well, but let's just say a nice range where you'd like to keep your cards to play. A pair, pocket pairs, you know, whether it be small pairs or big pairs, they're always going to get played, right? Your suited connectors, so say you got, you know, 5-6 of hearts, 8-9 of diamonds. These are cards that are normally going to get played, with the exception for me, I'm not a big fan of 2-3 suited. 3-4, I have to be in a super good spot where I don't have to raise much. I don't like those hands very much because you got to think, even if you got suited connectors, right? Suited connectors, you have a lot of outs. Why? Because now you can make a straight, you can make a flush,
yep,
or you can make a pair or 2 pair. However, when you get down to 2-3, you see where you are on the board. It's a little tough down in those areas because your pair or 2 pair don't necessarily mean a whole lot down there. I mean, obviously you can get trips, you can get, you know, you can do these too, but you see what I'm saying. I mean, you get sets, I guess, right? But that's the whole thing, right? So your good hands to call are going to be your suited connectors, are going to be your Broadway hands, right? When I say Broadway hands, I'm talking about 10s or better, essentially. So you got King 10, you know, Queen King, Ace King, you know, Ace Queen, Ace Jack. These are all hands that are you're good playing hands. So those are the things you're really looking for. And can you play other hands? Yes, absolutely. Especially if you have a weak table. A lot of it's got to do with how the other people are playing too. If you have a whole bunch of people that aren't raising much and you can limp in, and I know that sounds horrible, but if you can limp in with some hands, that opens up your range as far as what you're going to call and where you're going to raise because your opponents are soft. And you take advantage of that, right?
Yeah.
So you could be raising things like 8-10 offsuit on the right table. And what's the worst that's going to happen? Well, they're going to re-raise you. They re-raise you. What does that mean? Well, that means they have a hand. You fold and you get away. No big deal. And a lot of betting that I do is more of a filler bet. I know that sounds odd, but basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to put them on a range. So let's just say that we opened let's say we had a 8-10 and we're playing on a real soft table, right? So we went ahead and raised pre-flop, let's say 3 times blind, right? So 3 times blind, we get called, flop comes, king, queen, 8, right? So we got a pair now. The biggest problem that we have is if it's a soft table or a nitty type table, more than likely they're only, getting involved with kings and queens and things of this nature. And there's a king and a queen on the board now. So they probably caught something. So essentially what you do is you put in a small-ish bet, nothing too big. And more times than not, they will raise because they think they've trapped you. They think they got you. They're trying to be aggressive. Well, you just fold the hand at that point. You paid to see what they have. You know that they've got you beat, and you get out. And you do the same thing when you have a hand. Let's just say you had something like king queen to open with, and the flop comes king 8 queen, right? Same flop we had before, except instead of the 8-10 offsuit, we have king queen. Well, we got 2 pair. So now what do? Well, we put a little filler bet out there again. Now they're going to raise up. Well, you've got, essentially the nuts currently they could have a pair of kings, pair of queens. You've got them blocked. Probably not. They would have raised off, pre-flop if they did. Anyway, so you got 2 pairs now, right? So now you put that filler bet out there and you see if they raise or just call. If they just call, they're probably working on putting a hand together, and all this comes along with it, right? So... all right, let me see what people are writing. I'm sorry. It's not like small blind is first and last because circle has to go all the way around and small blind has to call or raise as last person. Big blind has to call and raise as last person there, but yes, but then they're first to act after the flop. So doesn't he have an advantage because he is last in round that can raise? Pre-flop, yes. I also consider online poker as mid, to be honest, because you cannot see emotions, face, or enemies. Club Joe, the whole reading your opponent, yay and nay. I'm not saying that it's not a thing, but it's kind of more of the thing of the past. Cheers, seen that one using something even more simpler. Just once I played. Gotcha. Freepoker.com. Oh, cool. It's kind of old thing of reading your opponent. A lot of people will, unless you, and here's the thing, Klepcho, and I'm not trying to say that's not a thing, but unless you go to a casino all the time, right? Like say you got a casino down the street from your house and you frequent the casino all the time and you get to actually see the people who play all the time, you trying to get tails isn't like what they try to say. A lot of times back in the day when they were, when you saw your professional poker players getting tails on people and all this, you got to understand all these guys played together all the time, right? So if you go into, their faces are dead in sunglasses, yeah. But if you go into a casino, right, let's just say, and, a guy raises and he taps his finger, let's just say, So now you see a tail. You know he taps his finger when he raised. He tapped his finger. But what you don't know is you have to have a line on that. Does he tap his finger when he's No, I'm saying after he raises, he taps his pinky finger on the felt. You know, right beside his chips, just because that's a tell. People do this. I know a guy who sits there and he'll pop his thumb when he's got his cards. He'll pop his thumb. He's got a thumb that kind of pops out. He'll pop his thumb, and you see these things, right? But the problem is you have to have a median line on when they do this. Do they do it when they value bet? Do they do it when they got a big hand? Do they do it when they're bluffing? Right? And until you know all these things, you know, people will say things like, "Oh, you know, you can tell that he gets a little nervous and shaky." Well, great. Well, if anybody's ever been in a great trade before, you know, as beginners, you get a little nervous and shaky too. Doesn't mean the trade's going against you. It means it's going your way, and you got a, you know, a buildup of adrenaline. And the same thing can happen if the guy's sitting there with pocket aces and an ace just came on the board. Now his heart's pumping and he's excited. And instead people see him as fear because his heart's going, he's shaky, and they're, oh, this guy has nothing. But you can't look at it that way because you don't have a baseline. You don't know how this particular person reacts under each circumstance. You know what I mean? He may be calm, cool, collective when he's bluffing you. So, not saying tails aren't right or are or whatever, but you have to have a baseline on the player. So unless you're actually frequenting a place where you're playing the same players on a super normal basis, tails aren't something that really work in your favor. You are right. Obviously, there's no tails on online poker, but with that being said, there are people who like to say how fast you call, how fast you check, how fast you raise. A lot of people like to say that those are different tails. I'm not super convinced. I don't play that way. Mine's more of a how aggressive or how not aggressive you get in things of that nature, right? So, hopefully that makes sense. But I'll show you about how I play. Yeah, so I mean, it's just one of those things, and not saying that it's not a like 1v1, but on Discord because I won't lose money. That you can, just like Paul just dropped, Club Joe, you can go to what was that site? Go to that site he dropped. It was freepoker.com or something. Let me look. Yeah, go to that site. 24/7 freepoker.com. He's playing on there for free. He dropped it in the live chat. Go play on there. I played on WSOP. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you want to play somewhere for free, by all means, just like everything else, right? You get your practice, just like paper trading, right? Or sim trading. You want to see how well you're doing, get yourself, in an area where you feel good, do that first. And then, I know poker, I even have a real material game at home, like table chips. Beautiful. Yeah, yeah. So why not start, if you're to the point to where you feel somewhat confident, then you move on to, super micro stakes. Yeah, there's another way we can do it. I don't like the Discord poker program, but we can play free on another program. In the very beginning, if you go to the very beginning of the poker channel down there, we were going to do like tournaments and stuff like that, free tournaments and things of that nature. But nobody was ever interested. So maybe that's something we'll do in the future. If we get enough people interested, nobody wanted to do anything. We were going to do like free tournaments for, you know, like we did for the anniversary, like a free tournament to win a funded account for the winner or something, you know, stuff along that nature. Or maybe like a buy-in tournament that you bought in for a small amount of money, and, you know, then winner takes money or whatever, you know what I mean? Winner takes all or something like that. I mean, those are the things that we had planned when we originally started the server, but nobody was interested. Everybody wanted to trade and nobody wanted to play poker. So I just kind of let that go and continued on. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was thinking, was just something dumb like that. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we never got anywhere with it. We'll see as time goes. But even, I mean, it's only $5 to buy in on your small stakes when you're talking about it, right? And that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And if there's enough people interested, I'm all for it. I have no... We can definitely do something like that if there's enough people that want to get involved and play. Okay. Have to be at the same table, though. Well, it depends on how many people you had. That's the whole thing. If we could get a lot of people interested, you could have a multi-table. When I did one at a server. I don't remember if it was right before I started this server or right as I started this server, and it was over there. And some of you have already been over there, but it was over at JJ's server, and they had a poker tournament, and we had a buy-in. I forget what it was. It was some buy-in, $20, $25, nothing big. And we had a poker tournament over there, and there was a few people that showed up. I think we had like 3 or 4 tables, because your tables are going to be either 6 tops or 9 tops. So you get 30, 20, 30 people to play. You're not at the same table. No, I'm not a pro. I'm not a pro. Counting cards has nothing to do with playing poker. But yeah, you can count cards at blackjack. +1, -1, or neutral. Learn how to do that. But it's a little tough on in most casinos now, because I use so many decks. Normally they put at least, 7 decks in a shoe anymore. Things have changed. No, you can't count, because you're only using... I mean, you can count your probability, but you don't know what all the rest of the people have, because all cards are face down. So essentially you got one deck of cards, and they burn cards in between each so essentially you deal all the cards out, 2 down to all the players, and then you burn a card. The dealer burns a card and then shows the flop, burns a card, shows the turn, burns a card to show the river. And they do that on purpose so that, number 1, you don't know what the players have, and number 2, your burn cards are gone and not involved in the game at all. So we'll get that video out today, though, guys. I hope. And I'll drop it in the server, and then you guys can... Alright. Have a good one, Glebcho. And then you guys can join that. We'll go from there. Yes, absolutely, Glebcho. Absolutely. And then I'm going to probably put a video together for this channel, guys, just for a way to join the other one. Yep, have a great day, Glebcho. Or something. so that you guys that are here that come to these live streams may be interested in going over there if you're not a member of the Discord. Which the Discord's free, guys. I don't know why you guys aren't a member if you're not, but everybody has their reasons. I guess some people don't have Discord or for whatever reason, but I will get a video together for this channel and try to release it as well so that those that want to be part of the poke could, or I may just drop some links during the live streams or something. I don't know how we'll do it, but one way or another we'll try to get it so you guys know anyway. Does anybody have any questions today at all? Probably going to shut. Nothing's happened. Sideways if you look on the 15. 15 is pretty sideways. Probably pretty sideways now. Nothing today. Alright. Have a great day, Lebonsky. I appreciate you as always. Everybody else out there, have a great day. Who all we got? Ace, have a great day. Brown, have a great day. Paul, that Echo, I'm sure you're out there. PD, have a great day. Initian. Vortic, have a great rest of your day. I think Paul said be right back. Not good. He's not here. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Absolutely. Thank you guys for showing up. Without you guys, I'd never have any reason to be here. Have a good one. I will see you all tomorrow. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.